This is Jupiter Exile, and we're back to Citizen Sleeper. Just gonna make sure everything's running right. And we're back to it. Cycle 19. Suppose that's how long we've been at it. As last I recall, we had met back up with Ethan, and he's not in good shape. Let's try and remember the speed we're at. I wanted to collect more scrap to rebuild the home I had found. Feng has been problematic. A nurturing grow bed for the seed. Talk to Ankita. She, I believe, is out right now. Getting to know Emphis. He wants Girol caps. I still don't know where to find them. I've got a decent amount of cryo right now. I need to eat. Fang wants to use Hardin's associates. Okay. Low-end agents? I've got low-end access. I should probably track this one. Alright. Let's see what we're looking for. Are these the ones? I mean, they're Yatagan. Oh, this one's Havenage. I don't have any data spare right now. A lot of these are in transitionary periods right now. Okay. I can work a bit on building a still here for the Overlook Distillery. I'm trying to remember if anything else is in danger of clocking out. Right, okay, they'll buy this stuff for me, but there's nothing being progressed there. Building the ship is still theoretically something that has to be done at some point. I've got some leeway on that. I've got one upgrade point for the operator right now. Ah. That's right. He wanted me to go through deliveries. Ah, that's right. Taking engages will restore my energy. 13 cryo, Feng's targets. Oh, despite being engaged, that one didn't restore my energy. Neutral outcome. There's the Thrill Seeker energy. I guess it's a chance to activate. I still can't really see Feng's targets. I guess not till that's completed. My ones are probably best spent on some of these Yatagan hacks, just for resources that I can sell off. Give me a lot of Yatagan data. Okay, can't hack that Havenage guy. What about this one? No? Are those the same? Well, they're both 2s or 3s. Okay. Well, I'm gonna sell off the data from these hacks. About 40 cryo. I don't need to use a syringe for a while. Okay, that gets me enough to buy a syringe at least. Oh right, it's cheaper. I've gotten a discount since I last looked at this. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshida's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At one end, it has a hard metal strip, a handle. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere? The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted into it. 207F, and then, crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this, or is Toshido passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. Interesting. Here's the unit. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash, dispensers, water closet, toward the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. A bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I've had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yatagan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. Then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And, as you know, you need me. A pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Get me data, get me information, get me something I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out, and you can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss. Then silence. Encrypted. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe to Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lab on the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Alright. I'm expecting I'm going to need more Yatagan hacking. Unfortunate that I just offloaded that data. Okay, 3 Yatagan uploads. Got it. 2 upgrade points to work with. I think I am going to hold out for 3 points so that I can improve my interface. Although, self-repair is very interesting. I could also get this +1 here for Intuit. let's see. Express delivery is a risky action, so we're not going to muck with it. I believe that I have a safe action available by doing some work on the unit assembly over here. But safe just means that I won't lose energy personally. I can still have a quality control failure on that task. So let's not go into that willy-nilly. I'm gonna get some fungus from Memphis. And I think the only other thing I can really do with this one here, like it really should be a hack if anything. I can sell shipmine cores, Matsutake, buy shipmine cores, but I don't have a reason to need it just yet. Okay. Crossing over here. It's 2 cycles before I can interact with the ambergris. And some other things over here. And there are no hacks in this segment. The network is dark. Okay, so I suppose it comes down to what's least likely to bite me. I could go for this. Yeah, let's see. I might lose some energy for it. Negative. Lost a bit of energy. And then that'll be it for the cycle. Okay. We still need to locate those agents. And here we go, another Yatagan hack. One more Yatagan hack will get me enough data. 1s and 3s. So I don't have the dice for it at the moment. I'm gonna try and knock out the express delivery. One more. Sleeper! You see Feng coming up the corridor as you step out of Mingi's. The kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long, take these. Feng palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives, ripper worms. My slate has been buzzing like crazy. Seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. I'm ready. Good to hear it, he smiles. Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the ripper worms in those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Hardin's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Mingi. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny ripperworm drives in your pocket, and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Feng for this little excursion. Let's see. How's the light level of the video? Looks, okay. Maybe I can turn this up a bit more? No, I'm gonna leave it at level 2. Bothers my eyes otherwise. Okay. Hardin hacks. Looks like we can use 4s on these. This one takes a 3 or a 5. Ethan's vendetta. So he will show back up again. Okay, I can still buy more stabilizer from Sabine. And she was looking for one more Yatagan data, but I can't get it today. I'd say with a 4, we've got either shipyard work or we can do something over in the greenery. I'm gonna do some structural fitting over here. So with an engineering action, we may get scrap. Just a little bit of cryo. Bit of food from Memphis. And that's going to end the cycle. Oh, wrong one. I would like to have a spot other than the empty container to sleep. Okay. I should be able to get the last Yatagan hack in. And I'll go for that harden hack as well. And at the hardened port, we apply the Ripper Worm. And then I'm going to the unit over here to supply the Yatagan data to Sabine. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagan data uploaded, the air crackles with white noise. Sleeper? Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine. A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan are monitoring me. Her voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from Yatagan agents. There's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Their voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine reemerges. It has to be somehow baked into their wetwares interface. And that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have mutiny on their hands. You lean towards the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull all this together. But this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. The sharp crack of a disconnect and silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? And more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Interesting. As you walk into the tambour, you quickly spot Feng arguing with Jenna. You come up behind Feng, and he turns and notices you. Jenna stops mid-tirade as you arrive. She turns to you. You again. You here to vouch for this layabout? Your silence feels long in the echoey tambour. Feng starts to speak, but Jenna cuts him off. Forget about it. You're done, Feng. Jenna turns on her heel and walks away to the bar. Feng turns to you. Could have done with you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, it looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anyway. He takes out his slate, pulsing with a pale light. Now let's take a look at what you're really here for. The slate is a whirring mess of code streams coming direct from the Ripper worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Feng scrolls the display with a finger. A lot of junk, a lot of dull-as-hell message threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but Feng's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Feng shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway. Feng. He's working with Conway. I'm not sure why Feng's name is there. Conway Extractions, right? Feng nods. He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait, what's this? A wasteland reclamation facility? Right here on the eye. Glances at you. What's the bet this place is tugged into the wastes? Conway are set up here? I'm guessing so. Got themselves set up in the wastes. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. But that spoke's broken now, so the only way is the long way, round the rim, past the greenway. He shows you on his slate. Feng looks away, thinking. Conway had been making moves in the system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago, moved everyone out, and reclaimed the whole rock. What's their angle? Hardin has to be offering them something. Feng looks back at the screen. But if Hardin is involved, then we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's next? Feng stares out in the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Hardin has been planning, has to be there. And we're gonna catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and then I'll see you on the greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service docks in the outer shell, up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Feng squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either, but I'm gonna need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the slate around to face you, showing a mass of scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my brakes. He winks. Feng grins. See you soon, Sleeper. And he walks out the door of the Tambor without looking back. Okay, well, he's promising something. For once. Alright. Hacker extraordinaire. Meeting him in the Greenway, that'll take a while. We do have a lot of things to do in the Green Bay. I think I can talk to Ankita now. I need to wait for Sabine, which is 4 cycles by the look of it. Then there's the distillery and the Sidereal Horizon. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder, and she's working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale. Her hair is tangled and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Ankita. She holds up a hand. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. Truly I am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this when all you've shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. It's okay. She nods, then looks up to the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Ankita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look, can you come with me? It's easier if... Lead on. Ankita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There's a wind passing through the greenway, a quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You've been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper, sprawled, twisted open, connected to the ship mind, has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita is leading you back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little at the threshold. She turns. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? She's standing on the threshold. You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks, green and wet. Some glowing with flickering grow lamps. You look down at Ankita, suddenly so small under this hulking ruin, the smallest she's ever looked. She places the box down. You follow Ankita into the stack through a low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It's just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tanks for the glint of a weapon or a shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now, the equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of questions you could ask about Ashton, about the sleeper. How long did you know him? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't. Then the words come gushing out. He signed on a while ago. He used to run recon for a corporate outfit, but he got sick of the pay. He joined the crew as a sniper, and the first few jobs were a breeze. He was so cold, disconnected. He always hit his marks. The last few jobs, though, he was different. I noticed that. We'd had a period of extended shore leave on the eye, and when he came back, he was changed. I assumed he just had too much time off. He was right. I never would have given him the ship mind. I wouldn't have believed him. I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He was a good person. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. This is how we die. Alone. She stops, not sure what to add. It seems like she's reaching for something. She can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you, and as you do, it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life creeping back in, the silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight and then starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open space of the Greenway, to be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita, somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say, but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryochits into your hand. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars. Ugly little things, you think. You take the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue up the track, and she does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pockets, and you hate them for reminding you of how little a life is worth. But I did need the money. Okay, so Feng will be waiting there. Get things done in the Greenway and the Haifa commune to unlock new areas. Ah, good. Waiting for these guys to come back so I can pick up some scrap. Oh, dang it. I got a ship mind fragment unexpectedly. Let's buy a little more. There we go. Well, this'll take some doing. Can I great enough to not have to worry about that so much. It's an endurance task, so let's just buy out of my -1. Well, that's a start. Other things I'm largely waiting on. Spent a bit of time working on the Overlook still. Bit of progress. And that's the cycle. About 3 more cycles before I'll need to use the stabilizer. Well, not need to, but that's about the pace I've been going. And I think that's good to stay productive, keep a lot of dice. It's for sale at this freighter. Ship mine fragments? Okay. If I had more need for ship mine fragments, I would definitely be on board for that. I could keep working on sealing up this unit. It's going to be a while before I have other things to interact with. So I'll spend some good actions on this. One-quarter chance of finishing up? Nope. Alright. Let's get a bite. This will probably be useful, one way or another. Another cycle goes by. Looks like we'll run into Ethan again pretty soon. Oh, that's waiting for Sabine. Wrong one to click on. About a half chance of finishing the work. Not quite there. Come on, let's see it. Ah! Half chance of finishing. I will have a new house. There we go. I'm gonna hold out. A stray animal has been nosing around near the units. A handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. Why not? Something moves in the shadows. The stray hops up onto a work surface and looks out the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence, it just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end, but in this vast megastructure, that means little. Be a whole colony of cats like this in the Warrens. You look at its sleek, dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged, it looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment which you're squatting in. Though the stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The stray settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of a life totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. Do you like it here? The stray flicks their tail at the sound of your voice. It is hard to imagine the stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit to it. But the Stray's pleasure at existing here in this place shines through its every sinew. It is not that the Stray is always happy on the eye, but that the Stray is engaged by this place. It is alive here. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the Stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the Stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. And all at once the Stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, brushes along your legs, and then it's gone, out through the unit door and back into the corridors of the low end. All right. Okay, we can continue interacting with them a bit later. I am out of dice for the day. Bit of planning. It's gonna be a while. I think I should be focusing on exploring this area. There are 3 different areas over here I can explore that I have not progressed. But there are also 2 interactions in the earlier area that I haven't completed, 2 different clocks. There's completing the still and getting to work on the ship. Okay. Oh, I want to stabilize. Here we go. Okay, we can talk with Sabine tomorrow, Ethan in 3 days. I'm gonna look around in the Greenway. Let's see. Walking is more dangerous than mapping, so it should give us more progress. I think 2 6s might be able to complete this. Yep. Farm stacks. I can steal harvest or work the stacks. Looks like these won't lead to anything. Unless I want to be a thief. Foraging for fungus, collecting spores. These are all kind of generic, Actually, foraging for fungus might give me a few different things I can use, like the girolles. Clearing the overgrowth from a corporate garden. Takes a long time, but might be worthwhile. And then there's the Haifa commune. So the mushroom groves should be where I can get the necessary girolles, but it requires intuition. I have an upgrade point. Okay, I need to get to a +1 on intuition before I can take that action at all. So I think for now I'd be working in the aviary. Looking for a grow bed for the seed and the girolle caps. Aviary would be the perfect place to grow mushrooms. Well, I probably need to be looking at that. Predictive reasoning. Oh, okay, so you can either get a +3 or a +1. Oh yeah, the negative outcome still gives you a +1 with no other losses. It's just a lot of work. And a neutral outcome's a +2. Okay. Well, we'll be at that for a while. And that'll end the cycle. We can meet with Sabine tomorrow. I want to feed the Stray once a day. Okay. Four cycles, Sabine said, and here you are, right on time. No sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onward. They should be here. You check and double the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing. Just the pale glow, the silence. You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. You try to settle down, to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock at the door. A figure stands at the door, and immediately you know it is not Sabine. They're taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape, like a stubby baton, hangs loosely from her hand. Rabia. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Waiting for a friend. Of course, a mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances to you. And I suppose you are here to help? Something like that. Good, good. She puts the glass down and turns to face you. I love to meet helpers. We need so many, but can find so few with the right skills. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are, the help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help? A sleeper, no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners, S&R. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabia looks away, waiting for a response. She crosses into the next room, and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark, and the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see S&R letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data marked with a corporate logo like a sigil of some cult. Rabia steps away from the terminal. Look all you want, some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming. They seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an S&R employee, why did they help you? Rabia reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light, its viscous, clear liquid crystalline within the glass. We will of course keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment you have the urge to crush this object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabia closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabia turns on her way out. There's no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Interesting. It's cheaper, but Sabine's not here. Rabia's office. 2 days for an appointment. Let's get started on these mushrooms. Actually, let's see. I'm gonna improve this one. So it's not gonna make me any better at putting this together, but it does mean I could start foraging for fungus. Ouch. Okay, you can lose condition on that one. You can get grove spores over here. Alright, so I only want to use my very high power dice on that. One more neutral and it's done. Figures. I didn't really expect anything different. Another cycle passes on. Okay. We've got good dice for searching for mushrooms. So I'm going to do 1 or 2 attempts at foraging. Oh, I see. That's bonus condition. Tiny amber cap. Even just inhaling its spores, you feel your body fizz with energy. This is something special. Clear. Even a failure will complete this action. Germinate spores. Okay, so I need to get some spores, which is over here, I believe, right? Regrow spores. Should be enough to get this started. Alright, 4 cycles to check back on that. 1 more cycle for something on this service dock. Assuming I have to get the fungal beds to grow before I might have a shot at the girolles. Oop, wrong one. I want to check it with Empus. More energy. And let's see. Do a bit of work on the stall, on the still. Okay. Wasn't able to get any work done. Food for the cat. On to the next cycle. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. No. You look at him. He's paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, he pauses. Colleague? He smiles weakly. This is big, really big stuff. About you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. You remember now how SNR canceled the contract on you? Contract I was gonna collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so, what did you think? That was it? Well, it was, except... Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old SNR gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down. It turns out SNR canceled all their bounty contracts, the whole lot. It seems they brought someone in-house. Some guy who did such a good job on their last contract that they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under SNRP's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. You mean Winterlight? That's it. He looks at you hard. So you do know about all this. Pats you on the shoulder. And you'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. Wait for the pitch. I, meanwhile, I'm in need of assistance in kind. Turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners. And they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessman. He grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for this clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You're a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us, he jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. Fine. Ethan smiles. He looks like shit warmed up. He pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNRP shit on the way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Interesting. Ah, his debt needs to be worked off quite a bit. I'm good at this, though. Despite the danger. It's unclear, it doesn't seem we know how many cycles we have to work on that. Oh, meeting with Rabia, that's right. As you approach the address Rabia gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabia and Toshiro have, glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. It's those things there. Gia, please, the sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabia's command, the hand immediately loosens. An apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabia, I'm sorry. Rabia waves her away. Don't you worry, I appreciate your protective instincts. No, that's not the voice I want for this. So, I get the feeling that Yatagan is loosely some kind of maybe Indian, maybe Japanese. Their other person is named Toshiro. How about you head to the tambor? They have a delivery coming. I keep slipping into Irish because that's what I'm used to having a role when I'm trying to, like, mimic. They have a delivery coming and they'll need some help with the lifting. With the lifting. The lifting. I could do, like, maybe a breathy thing. Gia nods and walks away. So, Sleeper, you came. I'm glad. That's what I'll do. I'll have this kind of, drawn-out way of speaking. I think that might work. It didn't feel like an offer. I'm sorry for that. He smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on this station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I am glad. Rabia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know about Yatagan? You run the low end. She laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes, we don't run it. Excuse me a moment. There. I've been doing house cleaning lately, and the dust has certainly gotten to me. Anyways. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat, is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here?
No one. This is true. The Eye is lawless, so it is up to us all to make it work for us. But I don't imagine you think that is a good thing. If you had spent your time in the Low End, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The Low End was empty in Erlen's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the Low End was reclaimed later when the refugees started arriving. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here, on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned. The moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlen, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erlen's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized the hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yataghan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I have worked to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while among the smells and textures of the Low End. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this? Rabia smiles to herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge, so I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yataghan. An ex-corporate employee, it goes against our nature. Their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied, that was all. They cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yataghan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Who is Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yataghan. They guide us. He is the newest to be elected. He is an elder. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debt. And they would have said anything. But where are they now to stand behind their claims? I will find them. As will we. You realize that Rabia has led you in a loop. Together you both come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, Sleeper. I have said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see Yataghan, to see the Low End, with your own eyes, not as others famous. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them. If they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabia leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story, that make up the Low End. Interesting. Quite something. Now, are we at the point where we can meet up again with... Yes, we are. When you enter the service dock, Feng is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He's leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Haven had just set against me. A couple of my old systems pals managed to ship me some of my old gear. He gestures at a pile of blinking hardware. Nice kit. Feng does a mock bow. What are we looking at? One massive smoking gun. He raises his eyebrows. Feng beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the wastes on his terminal, with heat maps of activity overlaid. The chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? Feng shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, and a whole underground facility to support them. Hardin has got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. Why? They're planning something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the wastes, but there's no way this is about pulling scrap off the Eye. Feng looks worried. And why is Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Havenage knows a corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The waste is cut off from the Eye's cloud of networks, and the Greenway's a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. I can try. No use. You need to enter the cloud, and there's no cloud to speak of. He turns and winks. That's why I'm going to pay them a visit. How? You forget. Havenage come in and out of there all cycle. I should be able to get in, as long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. These god-dang lights. I'm going to figure out how to set up donations so that people who are cruising by the chat can buy me new desk lights. These guys were not expensive. They're cheap, which is probably why they're screwing up. Whatever. But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside, I can open up nodes in their network and we can work in tandem. It's a massive facility, buried deep down there. Miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars, so it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it. But as long as you can keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I modified them slightly. This time they'll feed their data threads back into the system that they're tunneling into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We run it just like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes I pinged to locate the ports for the security system, then slot the worms in those systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. Here's the entryway. This is where you can get access and slot the first worm. That'll fry their perimeter systems to get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see pop up a security system, a server bank. You need to break in and slot a ripper to disable it as soon as you can. If I can't? Feng gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me. Simple as that. He claps you on the shoulder. I need you focused on this one, so I'm gonna let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot that first worm. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. Got it? Don't worry. You can run rings around their protocols. I've seen it. Feng gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles in this thing. Remember that. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? You take whatever I managed to pull at that point, all that data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put in it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the Eye will see it. That means Havenage, Yatagan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't snaking away this time. He grins. I've got a bit more to do here, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. Gives you a parting smile, turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. Okay. I think I can just probably move to do that almost immediately. Yeah, there's the Conway access. I'm at full condition. At most, I would want to wait 1 day for this, but I have 3 dice. That's the better half of the day anyway. And I do have the cryo to focus on this for about, for several cycles. Godspeed, Feng. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink and water. Sleeper, Feng's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes, then ports. A whir of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You're on your own now.
got 3 dice options for these, so my ability to proceed is pretty good. Okay, I'll have to get this other one tomorrow because I don't have a 3. I'm gonna try for growth spores. So I get the feeling I might need more spores to kind of refresh the aviary tomorrow. Okay. We need food, and then we sleep for the cycle. Right, Rabia's office. Okay, we can do things to become a Yatagan insider. Couple mushrooms from Memphis. Feed the cat. Maywick on the way. That's a pretty long timer, but I think it's the most dangerous timer we've seen so far. Okay. We're going to be fully focused on trying to complete these hacks for Feng. Slayer. Dang. I could have checked them all before I did that, and it would have worked better. I just was kind of rushing through. Let's see. Letting some mushrooms grow. Cracking Conway. Finding a grow bed. Working the compressor. I think improving the overlook, doing the work in the overlook is, to build the distillery is kind of what we can do that won't get us killed. Even on the risky end. Okay, got some progress in. Bit more to eat, feed the cat, go to bed. Okay. I think it was 4, 5, or 6 the options to complete the last hack. At least I believe it's the last hack. Yep. There we go. A thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. Final layer of security broken. Somewhere, buried in the depths of the station, Feng is in control. He's slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the result. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene. 2 figures in a room, one sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin. The unmistakable superior posture, the shock of gray hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They're vague, unformed. Problem with the data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation.
The proxy is a machine designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone elsewhere in the system puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does, in the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward, there's no doubt, Hardin is saying. Reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that, I'll make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movements stilted, uneven, as if its body language was refracted through water. But things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I've been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. Hardin waves the accusation away. We've been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Hardin. A drop in value would be unwelcome at this time. Proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of A1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Hardin approached the proxy. There will be no contest, not from Solheim, who can't muster a defense, not from Havenage, who will fall into line below me. He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye, and the people of this station? Refugees, gangs, spacers, all either opportunists or degenerates. Havenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlen's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The Eye is crippled, cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles. Hardin stands. You will move forward with the reclamation, because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims to the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will need to go dark. He pauses. Do I need to continue? One moment, comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that? In the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end. The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim A1 as salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy judders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process, after losses have been accounted for. Hardin nods. I accept. Proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There's a bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed, and losses accounted for in the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else on his station, in the eyes of the people in that room and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, unacceptable loss. In one moment they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another the very idea of a citizen can be used against them. This is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer. Not while the Eye spins. You gather the recording, back into a polygon of purest light. Then you drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system Feng prepared, and then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads, heading out into the black to every network device on the Eye. Let them see what power makes of a man. Whew, alright, that is something. And it's 1 extra upgrade point. Ha! I would like to get either instant karma or the 3rd pip under engage. So we'll see. That's still germinating. I could look around the Greenway some more, maybe set up the distillery. I could do Yatagan work, but I think that's not the most productive type of thing to be looking at. Okay, Feng's Bay back here. 2 days. Havenage is in crisis. Building is in chaos, most of it is a total lockdown. No one will give you a straight answer about Feng or Hardin. We have a negative clock. Alright.
Interesting. So the distillery is one thing. I'm gonna try and meet the people at Haifa, the Haifa commune. I'm still trying to see what I can do with the seed. So let's wander around there. Okay. So it's either a safe engage or a safe endure. And we're getting +3 if we do well at it. So simple stuff, pretty much. We get energy on this because it's engage as a positive outcome. We don't really have more energy to gain, so just grunt work now. Okay, half done. New drive to join the commune. Ferry back across. Feed the cat, and end another cycle. So my grow beds will be done this cycle. I think it's going to take another day before anything comes out of this work with Feng. Low dice. If I get one more neutral outcome, I can finish it today. Not quite. But we got our energy up, so we don't need to spend any cryo on food. Pretty nice robot body we've got. Yep. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Feed the cat first. Feng grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meeting after endless meeting. Havenage have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Feng is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have a chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation the station has seen. He hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And, he smiles, I got to watch through the cameras as the Havenage security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Feng smiled. One of them just straight up whacked Hardin with a pistol. It was beautiful. They have him. He's being held, yeah, he looks around. I think the idea is to use him as leverage with Conway, get them to back off. Maybe they'll exile him when they're done, or hand him over to some core authority. Feng shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy, though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. I'm not surprised. Yeah, this whole thing hasn't won me many fans in the administration, but I think in the end they'll agree that outing Hardin was worth it, whatever the methods. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old. And it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlen and Havenage installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you're asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no. He smiles. And me, and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems, and their ability to shape the world around them. Feng squeezes your shoulder. As far as I'm concerned, people should be the one running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Feng raps on the side of his terminal. I know you didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker. I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified ripperworm.
one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. That tracker of yours doesn't just show SNARP where you are, it transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it. I'll edit that data to tell SNARP your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Just slot it already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand, and you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they're gone, you forget they were ever there, and just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Feng, a little nervously. Free. Feng smiles widely. Well, you are free, sleeper. He claps you on the shoulder. Feng lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Feng wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs, and you join him. And later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can, or even should, last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place is a future, and it's one that you know, deeply and truly, is worth protecting. Alright, that's a major stepping point in the game. Our timer's still ticking for now. The compressor is almost empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. Bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nods, and you return the greeting. You know already that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, he wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his slate chirps, letting him know that the target he was tracking is dead. You can imagine the screaming and the swearing, too. Is that all you were to Ethan? Another target? Or was there something else going on? It seems like a foolish question to ask now when he's fled the station, but it bothers you anyway. You take one last look and walk out. You doubt you will ever come back to this place or the memories it holds. You walk back out into the lights of the bright market and allow yourself a smile. This is what Feng meant when he said you were free. You could get used to this. Okay, so we can't actually go back to the compressor to pay Ethan's debt at all. He has left. Okay. So it strikes me that that is two different routes to complete the same kind of thing, to deal with the same problem. So we'll be closing off that storyline. Perhaps somebody else can get along with Ethan. I'm certain that things could have gone better with Ankita as well. Maybe if we had calmed her down or not gone in with her or something, I'm not sure. Haven's offices are open. There's the sidereal horizon. I do get the feeling I'll have to work with Rabia in order to find what happened to Sabine. That might be key to continuing onwards. I'm gonna keep at the Haifa commune for a bit, though. I've made good progress on there. Oh, at the aviary. Okay, now I can harvest the mushrooms, and I can get rare mushrooms and Girol caps. Okay, so after 3 harvests, it'll be done. Cool. Matsutake and Clubhead. I see our Girol caps, the basic case. Girols are easy to find, but Matsutake and other stranger types will require extra effort. Take your pick. I'll come back here in a bit. I'll work on that when I have better dice. I'm just going to finish this out, because even a failure causes me to become a Haifa member. There's a commune sleeping quarters. I see. You can't go to sleep if there are active scenes. You head down into the Haifa compound.
following a blue-painted line that is labeled Laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters... Hey there. Yeah, this has been great. Where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at a lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, he says and beckons you closer. What is this place? Here, these were old processing centers for the agriculture of the corporate station. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here. We feed each other. We work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth, it's a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they're abandoned? They dry up. Exactly. They run out of water. Very rapidly, in fact. She leads you left at a crossroads. But here, they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no. They thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dormant, strong, like they're taking control of this place. Dominant, not dormant. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, Greenway should have gone with it. Erlen himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try and reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, and small-scale agriculture systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch, but we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It's wet, too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you both stand in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system is stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks close to the gap who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me figure out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Me? Yes, you. Rico sits on a railing. These halls run deep, sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much, and you can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets, in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they're found, the better. I will try. Thank you, and thank you for listening. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says.
Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, Sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made. And you follow the blue line back up out of the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible magical green. Neat. Can I show her this seed I found? Okay, she wants grove spores for a spore study. Well, I can work on that. That's 3 spores. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff to do over here. Being over here and checking on this has me thinking that I kind of want to clear out the tasks that are back here. A lot of tasks have just gradually led me deeper, like further along the ring. So I think I want to try and progress the shipyards and the overlook bar for a bit. Try and see if I can get those finished up. This can cost me energy, a good bit of it, when I'm using low dice on it. But I'm still good enough to get some progress in. Over to Emphas. Get some food. Over here, feed the cat. End the cycle. Yeah, I was thinking the reroll perk might be pretty handy for some of these low-value dice. Let's see, how far away am I from possibly getting that? Oh, I can get it now. Done. I'm kind of cracking through objectives at this point. Okay, so long as I have some really high dice, I'm going to work on the sidereal horizon. This counts as a 6. Oh, I can only finish systems tech or structural fitting. Well, let's just do some systems tech stuff. Oh, look. Dice. Big dice. We'll just fit all the systems in a day. Seems good. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gather outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you're either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, Sleeper, wait up. Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem, good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team, good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly to you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he's clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Waiting on a shift. Uh-huh, you know how it is. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon followed by a list of numbers glowing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back toward the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Mina. He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you, I'll... He crouches to Mina. You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're gonna keep you safe, and... He stands back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hand. She's got food, she's got... Shit, I've gotta go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. When Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get it into the shipyard before it locks down, Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed stare you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare, unmoving. The 2 parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. Are you okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers, fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. What's their name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance to the shipyard. This isn't going well. You hold the rabbit out, and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you, and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, me too. Mina has more questions, lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. Before long, you're talking about rabbits, and what Esther, who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eye's heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well, 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 looks like Meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend, I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is gonna be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina, and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. That's nice. Okay. The sidereal horizon is still something to go, and I've got a dangerous task that I can keep working on. And that is a huge undertaking that I can keep getting paid for a long time. Eat a bit with emphasis. Feed the cat. Take stabilizer, and then I'm going to sleep. All right. I'm gonna buy more stabilizer from Yatagan. No telling how long we could keep all that up. I want to finish the distillery today. I can take 3 fully positive actions at it. Oh, got some random scrap. It is an engineering job. Low dice. It's a risk of energy. I might be able to finish. Just one more. 50-50. Didn't get it. Bit more to eat. There's Lem and Mina's unit. Okay, I can babysit Mina. Unless Lem gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the crew lottery. Watching Mina gives him that chance. Okay. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. Feed the cat.
Pretty decent dice. Babysitting Mina is an engaged challenge. Nice. Here's a bit of that done. I want to make sure I'm just doing a little bit of work there periodically, at a minimum. Okay. Let's get this distillery done. I think, okay, no. This is guaranteed to not fail. Don't want to use more than one die. And I got some more scrap. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The overlooked distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. How's sourcing ingredients? I think I've got most of it covered between the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks in the greenway. However, there is an issue. Tell me. Well, Gerol the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Gerol the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color and the earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Gerol caps to make Gerol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea. We can grow our Gerol caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. I can bring you mushrooms. Tala gives a pitying look. Where's your vision? Any outside supplier means they take a cut. Okay, maybe not you, but someone somewhere takes a cut. Tala puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. Like spores. Exactly. Suddenly you feel like you've walked into a trap. And you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still. You're great with plants. You know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes, she grins sheepishly. Look, I can't leave the bar, and the other people picking up shifts, I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. Okay, how many spores does she need? 3? Beep. Boop. Okay. I should be able to go fetch the spores to complete that immediately. So I get spores from the mushroom groves over here. Collecting spores. Actually only mediocre at that. How... I've got 1 upgrade point. It's gonna take 3 points if I want a +2 in intuition. So that would be 2 more points from here. Better dice? Well, 4 is okay. That's guaranteed to net me at least 1 spore. Okay, 2 spores from a positive outcome. So I will hand those over to Tala. Well, the last one anyway. Homegrown. Okay, so that is growing now, and we can leave that for several days. Let's see. I might spend the rest of my day babysitting Mina. This is a safe interaction, so we don't risk it much from it either way. Okay, try and finish that up tomorrow. For now, feed our cat. And that's the cycle. That completes the babysitting. She's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You're perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side reel. He grins broadly. Clearly he's been desperate to tell you all cycle. Knew it. Lem holds up his drink. You did get there first, friend, I'll give you that. He looks away. Seriously, though, couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little meanie back here. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't seen much of her these past cycles. She misses her father. Lem looks away. Yeah, he says to no one in particular. The silence stretches out as Lem takes a drink, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. She's great. He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off a refugee shuttle out of one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the Eye on those decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink. Still not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cups. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm gonna sound like an idiot now, but he sighs. She saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me, I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The sidereal will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? You'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup, pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now, both of us with a chance. Exactly. Imagine, all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here, to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast. He laughs. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. See you around. All right, then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it. From both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway, with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. Good robot achievement unlocked. Good robot. Okay. Just a couple things I'm waiting on right now. I can work with Rico. I can help with the sidereal horizon. That is a long thing. So I think my lingering tasks are mostly over in the Greenway at this point. She wanted spores, right? Let's try and get another 2 spores over here so that I can push that along. Okay, more growth spores. Over here. Sleeper. Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. What does it say?
The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Tricolome matsutake. Riko breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciations as if it was nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel of chemical composition on her console, all gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified matsutake spores. Modified? Yes, every species in the eye is a tweaked variant of Solheim's, of course, but that's not the point. Riko brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same? That's the conclusion, yes. Riko glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They're fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning. The groves have, and still are, affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye. And herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before even looking at. Pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake like rotten, sodden overalls laced with an edge of spice. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stocks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. They're delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Riko looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. Gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Riko looks impressed. Well, well, an eager mycologist. I'd never have guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the aviary? Been eyeing that place for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these are... We'll have a picture of... Okay, that seems like a grammatical error. We'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified, whichever the case may be. Riko pops the matsutake cap into her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. Huh. That's cute. Okay. So, we can provide matsutake caps and girole samples. Matsutake are going to be the more helpful ones. Boom. Yeah, +3 for that. So, we can try to hold out for those. Alright. It has occurred to me that I'll need to finish harvesting the growths, but I want to be doing that with high-value dice. I think in the meantime, I should probably do work for Rabia. Let's see. I'll be doing this one here. Okay, Yatagan Insider is going to take a long time to process, isn't it? Scrap components, energy... Alright, yeah, that's gonna be a while. Let's see. I can sell off these extra scrap components if necessary. It's not necessary now, but... Feed the cat, take a nap. We'll be down to 4 dice for the next 3 days or so. And after that, I may need to worry about money-making activities again. Let's see. I should be making sure that something is growing, actually. So let's finish up the mushroom harvest in the aviary.
Rare mushrooms abound. Plenty of matsutake. Looks like this will be enough matsutake to finish this leg of the study. Riko meets you at the entrance to her lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, Sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up toward the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. You both crossed through a glass-roofed tunnel, the Greenway outside crowded with vines and branches, dappling the light. Erlin had written the Greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station and linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anybody abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Riko continued, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, voice cracking. It's difficult to know if from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you see here. Half the Greenway was leaking oxygen into space, the plants flash frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard. We lost good people. We cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many, many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed. We kept on working, talking less and less, because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. What changed? Everything. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor. Riko smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the Greenway. Until today. You pass through the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Riko was quiet, and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Riko smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor, Riko following some direction unknown to you. What you've shown me is that, back then, the Greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matsutake or girol caps you've been growing? No. They can be difficult to prepare without proper equipment, she muses, but you should try them. After all, they were designed for you. Riko has a mischievous look. At first, I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. But what I've come to understand is that it's the person growing them. The matsutake and girol caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you. Riko smiles as she leads you into the internal garden of the commune, where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the Greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something, a response. It was as if this place was not just alive as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways, communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Riko stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. How? That is what I wish to know too. What being is in control here? Riko sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens, and gestures for you to join her. When you've been growing the girol's and matsutakes in the aviary, those species so familiar to the Greenway, have you discovered any others? Yes.
Rico can barely contain her excitement. I should like to see those. Please bring me some the next time you're here. We look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence. There's a species of mushroom I haven't seen in years. It was dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around the time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At this point, we thought we were lost. And then these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural process of the ecosystem, even if the timescales seemed absurdly short. What I'm wondering is if that antidote was a gift. Perhaps if you're patient, you'll receive your gift too, Sleeper. You both sit for a while, Rico seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you and wonder what forces could be in play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave, a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. So then, I presume clubhead samples. I need one more clubhead to finish that. Okay, but I believe for that to pan out, I'm going to have to germinate more spores. So that's back to the mushroom groves. I'm gonna try re-rolling these dice. Ooh, them's some dice. That's good dice. That'll get me enough spores to germinate another batch. We'll start this growing and it'll take a couple cycles. And then after that, I can use high quality dice for gathering rare mushrooms. Okay, so it's going to be a couple of days before I care to see any results from that. I've got 3 upgrade points. I'm going to become... I'm going to improve my intuition to its maximum. Back here. Feed the cat. And rest. I need to wait for the mushrooms to grow before I can get much more progress. So the intervening time... What was this one, by the way? I forget. Freighter operation. You can steal shipments to get random items. I'm not a thief. I stole plans very early on. Like I stole a map, I think. In the very beginning. Okay, so let's see. That's still growing back over at the Overlook bar. Don't need to go to the Yatagonic dispensary yet. I think I'm going to be doing work with Rabia for a bit. I can patrol the ward very capably. Alright, I was collecting tithes because it sometimes gives me scrap components. It's just pretty risky if you miss. That's some good dice. If I have a risky die, I'm going to spend it over here, partially because I'm better at this, but also because it only risks energy if I fail. Cool. Halfway done with Yatagan Insider. As you say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back through the low end, a chirruping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor, away from the main thoroughfares, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with suit sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word: Sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Sleeper, Sabine's voice crackles through. I have seen you with Yatagan members. Are they holding you captive now too? A high whine. I am sorry if I have dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang. Some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in the quiet corridor. I will come back soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties. At the right time, a pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. Recording cuts out. You stare at the recorder, processing what you've just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside you. An SNARP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. You throw the receiver into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. Certainly intriguing. Feed the cat. End cycle. I've got a lot of scrap that I can sell at this point. So if I happen to need cash, I can just like sell out a really good amount of it. Does the mushroom grow done over here? Nope, 2 more cycles. Okay. It's slower than my growers in the Greenway. Tithes. Trolling. Reroll those. Tithes. One more pip. Feed the cat. Take some stabilizer today. Ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-dum. This time you meet inside Rabia's office, although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools and a terminal in this corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Rabia returns to greet you, you realize that she's missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running to it. Updates, she says, noticing you looking where her official arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the 2 diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight back. Gia told me you've been doing the rounds, collecting tithes, patrolling the ward, she smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed, and I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I wanted to see for myself. She raises an eyebrow. See what for yourself? If the stories are true, I see. Rabia flexes her neck side to side. And the conclusion? Still deciding. Well, sleeper, Rabia says teasingly, please keep us updated on any progress. She smiles a thin smile. Joking aside, I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That is why you have come to us. Enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparkling electricity. Rabia looks between the 2 of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you 2. She looks strangely unfazed. No, they are acting alone. Sabine pauses, thrown off for a moment by your renunciation. Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool, and fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inward. She is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to her knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton toward their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop! Then you support them, Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia, Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment, you think she's about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead and spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Now what? They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they'd forgotten about your presence. Rabia cracks her neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right she shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts themselves a little. Bruised from the fall, they roll onto their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on their stool. Sabine props himself up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this, she laughs, no coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She does not listen to criticism of the great Yatagan project. Rabia collects herself. Speak! She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to a prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching. But she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here from SNR, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turned to you. Sleeper, you take a breath. I know that I should have told you that I worked for SNR long ago. But I thought you would abandon me, and you're my final friend. What you should know is that I left SNR because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the Sleeper program on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on to the press. SNR wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge at the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect himself. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabia interrupts. The Sleeper knows you're SNOP. I told them. And while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the Sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you, and then away, ashamed. They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who's in the pocket of SNR. Rabia flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away, in exchange. Rabia slams her head onto the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake! In exchange for these, Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabia's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He's been using Yatagan enforcers, using you, as test subjects for SNR technology. I have the data to prove it. He's been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabia's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It is all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabia. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I've tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them... They stop, unable to continue. Rabia closes her eyes and breathes in, and she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rabia through the manifests and usage data, both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine takes Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye, and something passes between you. Something like a thank you, or a sorry, or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. 3 days for them to break that down. That's a good release of tension. I think the plot point there is, like, from a genre-savvy perspective, I think that's kind of clear. More like, it was explained earlier in the game. So it's just a matter of remembering what I've been told at that point. Let's see. I think there's some things I have to work on in the Greenway. Let's take a look. I've kind of forgotten. Wait, actually, there was something in the center spoke, wasn't there? There's a clock available at the hub docks. Yeah, Weightless Wanderer. Bliss, the Gimbal Lounge, and the Keyshow capsules. Somebody new. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shitheels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later what you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you out there. Same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Yes. I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. All right, then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift it out and up, and I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. The whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing with the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. Is this your bay? It is now, yeah, whether I like it or not. She looks at you like that should mean something. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays, so here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it with a precise whack. Quietens. Yeah, I suppose I said that correctly. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. What happened? Long story. Some people just can't keep promises. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube, scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Head to the rack. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks where a catalog of parts sit secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design, or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. She said it was an M2. You grab the part and push back the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over, the converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect, you passed. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'd be happy to. But wait, she frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinse the place, empty the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. An investment. Exactly. Partners, straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. She manages a smile. I get it. Thanks. She meets your eye. I appreciate it. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now, but if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into, something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me, I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself to the handholds of the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean. You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. An investment opportunity. Well, that's quite something. Yeah, here, take 80 cryo. I'm fine. Seed money. Done. I'll pay you back every chit, I promise you. Okay, 3 cycles for a repair bid to come in. Got it. Gimbal Lounge, you can buy food. And there is housing here where you can rent a capsule. I don't need to rent more places to sleep. I have enough. Going back down to the rim, I've got plenty of energy. I will continue to compulsively feed this cat. And since my money is a bit low, I'm gonna sell a couple scrap components on the Ord Exchange. Just a couple. I can always spend some time doing actions that earn me more cryo. Well, I say always, but I'm sure I'm running up on some limits and some things. We'll crash at the low-end house. Yeah, I do appreciate that. I had been wondering if there are some advantages to certain places. All I can find so far is that the advantage of the low end is there's a cat, and you can feed the cat and interact with the cat occasionally. That's enough advantage for me. Okay, the growing should be done over here at the bar. Tala comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready, she's grinning ear to ear. The Girol. Obviously, she grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter, a cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate, where 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale Girols inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she's nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says solemnly, and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning, a sharp nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it's only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood and the soil, left behind like sediment. Barely there. That's strong. Tala nods vigorously. Oof, that was heavy. As promised, though. You think? She swirls the glass and puts it down. Wait, I have an idea. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and drips some drops of water into the Girol. Try again? This time the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? It is. Tala grins with her whole face, and that makes you smile too. Tala pours out some more Girol and then adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up at nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know, she says out of nowhere, the thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. You were refugees? From Sinza, yeah, it's one of Ember's moons. She takes a drink. I don't remember much. I was only tiny when we came. I was just thinking about something he told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Bantayan, but he was afraid it'd scare off the customers, so he kind of translated it, hence the Overlook. And these past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Bantayan. What do you think? What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to Overlook, so something like that? Watchtower, maybe. Lookout. Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantayan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh. She laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, Sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room covered with a plastic sheet and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Girol. I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Bantian. Do you like it? It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug and quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm just so glad you're here. She grins. Me too. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through the bar, and you share a glass of the good Girol, the one she didn't distill. And this time, you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which, after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment, you feel, for once, at home. That's nice. It did change its name to the Bantian. Okay, so I can cook Matsutake and Girol caps. Interesting. I'll need to have some of those, though. And I can't harvest them here. I need to be able to get them in the Greenway. Let's see. 2 upgrade points now. I'll be saving up for 3, I think, to get into the Engage upgrade. Or I could get self-repair, I guess. I do have quite a lot of components at this point. I think Bliss was still another day or 2 before that contract comes in, but I think that I will have finished growing in the Greenway so I can harvest from the aviary. With +2 intuition, I can get mushrooms very easily. I don't even need to spend the 6 to get all these rares. There's the club head that I think I needed for the study. And I came out with 4 Matsutake. 1 last club head over here. Riko is at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices you approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I have something. What is it? The drum finishes spinning, and Riko lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I've extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me. And according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Riko asks, without looking away from the vial. You say it was a clear liquid? Stabilizer. Riko nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Riko's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere of the lab immediately. I just thought, she pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you, and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once while I was working on their wounds, along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. Riko scans your face for any sign of a reaction. The next cycle, they were gone. We took a little food and hiked up toward the wild margins where the Greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiled to herself. Yes, I also wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer. The glass cold and smooth in your palm. How? Those clubhead caps made it for you. Or at least, who or whatever made those clubheads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from the sleeper to know that your body, your frame it is, runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold. So this is sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It's welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is that it's no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I've never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. You have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, dig into it, find what being is at the center of it. Travel as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Yes. Rico sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper, truly I am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, but I'm so glad I met you. You're welcome here anytime. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab, in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of what that other sleeper and where they ended up weighing on your mind. Okay, so if that is a means of acquiring stabilizer, then... there we go. The only way to understand what the gardener gave you is to grow it. That's what I've been looking for. So that theoretically defeats the natural entropy of the game. 8 cycles. Okay. Okay, you can gather waste, you can gather scrap at the wastes, but there's nothing to explore out here. So with that, we can continue progressing the plot lines for Bliss and for Sabine, and we need to wait 8 cycles for this to grow. After that, I don't know what else we're looking at. Well, in the meantime, I think the only clocked task still available to me is work on the Sidereal Horizon. Which is nice, we get a lot of cryo for it. Oh, well, I guess it's just a 2. Cool. Neutral outcomes, we're still stable. Feed the cat. Whoops, forgot to sleep. So now I'm gonna go up into the hub and check on Bliss. Because apart from that, I'm just waiting on cycles for another couple things to become available. Looks like tomorrow we can check in with Rabia and Sabine. Oh no, we're still a day out on Bliss, eh? Okay. There was nothing fancy over here. Okay. So in that case, it's between the Sidereal Horizon or farming Girol. Or whatever else. There's still the bit with Emphas. I never got Girol caps. I kind of skipped them. So neither of these things provide Girol caps. The mushroom groves over here under foraging for fungus give us plus or minus condition. I think on a neutral they give us 1 fungus. I'm gonna grab some spores over here. We use a 6, so we're guaranteed 2 spores, and we can start another round of germination. After this round of germination, we'll be going for... we'll actually be trying to get average successes instead of positive outcomes. So I think positive outcomes give us 2 random rare mushrooms,
average success, I think, will give us 1 or 2 Girolles, and we actually just need Girolles right now to progress the Emphas-based quest line. Did I finish the Hypercommune? I did. Okay, good. In that case, the rest of this, I'm gonna spend. Wait a sec. There was one question I had, which is back over here at the kitchens. What do I get for cooking a matsutake? Does it just give me energy back? How much? A lot of energy. Okay. So I can use matsutake for energy if I want. I think there was also the option to export matsutake up over here at the importer-exporter. 80 cryo for 3 matsutake, which is a lot. If I happen to salvage ship mines, I can also get tons of money for ship mines. So I've got a lot of methods of getting cryo. It's noteworthy that if I buy ship mines, they're purchasable at 60 per piece, and the full trio sells for 150. So I can't just buy them in full. All right. Working on the Sidereal Horizon is also very profitable. That's nice of them from an interface perspective, that I can re-roll while it's working on a test, and it doesn't, like, have a problem with each other. If I try to do this, I can't tell exactly what a negative reaction does. The predictive reasoning there, I think, might be bugged. It's showing me that my negative interaction is 15 cryo. Maybe I lose 15 cryo? I don't know. I could improve my engagement. Or I could get +1 in endure. If I ever need to do anything endurance-based, it might be nice. I'm gonna grab that. Everything else is just kind of filling things out, isn't it? So I did both of these, and it doesn't seem as though there's any more interactions with him. It's pretty peculiar. I feel like that kind of dried up. It seems a little premature. Yeah, there are outlets for data. I will manufacture noodles. Yeah, whatever. Not important. Eat cat, go to bed. Okay, now I've got the stuff with Bliss and Sabine. That's some really good dice for the day. Oh, Moritz from Blitz. Hey. Quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Do I know you? Moritz. Pauses. I work for Bliss. He rubs the back of his head. You are not an easy person to find. I move around. Moritz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment, it's cool. You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. So... yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. I'll be right there. Nice, yeah. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if his message is delivered. I've got it. Cool, cool, cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He runs his hand together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, Sleeper. Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking at Filter Cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. I'm checking with Rabia first, though. As you enter Rabia's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing. Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. The man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Rabbi. He smiles an easy smile.
Good to meet you. Likewise, likewise, he waves a ringed hand. Now, Rabbi, where were we? Actually, Rabia places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What's going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. Tiny pause. They've shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side. We have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult.
She's setting me up as a spy.
Yannick leans forward slowly. It's a mess, Rabbi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabia smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately. Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, sleeper? Yes. Yannick nods his head as if listening to music. Okay then. You suddenly are unsure if he's talking to you. That concludes it, Yannick pronounces. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it's so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Jan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabbi, he says. Now, please, he says, turning to face you. Us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she's deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused, you leave. Yep. Okay, so I can do work at Yannick's ward. But I'm gonna go work with Bliss first, because it seems like this could maybe be time sensitive. Yeah, I see. There's 3 pips here. This has a rundown clock. Yeah, Ember's Wake contract. Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. Okay. Oh, a full success gives us 4 progress. We can do this immediately. Beep. Oh, that was a one-off critical action. Okay, well that makes sense. All right, so over here, this is we need to do this twice. Well, theoretically, if this is positive, we're done. Neutral. Right? If we can get neutral or positive, we've got it. Got it. As both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, sleeper. We cleared that contract no problem. She stretches. Once we're back in the bay, we can check the payment has come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the lights flicker. And a moment later, you're back in the bay, where Moritz is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey, Moritz. Moritz looks over his shoulder. Sleeper. He spins a wrench in his hand. Look like clean work out there. He nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who's already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in zero-G as she does. It's like she was born into it. Shit, she slams a fist on the console. Shit. What's up? I can't even. Bliss closes her eyes. Come here, Bliss calls you over. Look at this, just look. She spins the terminal screen and you see the details for Bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job. But then directly after, the whole amount was transferred back out into an unknown account. How can this happen? I can tell you how. My ex is a sneaky little conniving shit. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a back door into the machine before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way we can... She pauses, thinking. Moritz, throw me that wrench. What's that for? Moritz spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. This! Bliss brings the wrench down on the terminal, hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool bed. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit. Moritz drifts out from his hiding place among the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively, you want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You go get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find.
Cobble one together from pieces at the ore exchange if you have to. Can I help? Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry, one of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out the place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that or just space the whole bay every few cycles. What now? Bliss sighs. We keep at it. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Morris gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches the near end of the bay. You don't want the cryo back. Oh, I want it, but it's gone. He could have transferred it anywhere. She looks out across the hub. And even if I knew where he was, the last thing I want is to ever see him again. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you work for this too. Next time won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Moritz will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. I feel like I should be able to track this nonsense. Well, I'm sure something's going to come of that. There's not really much in the way of dangling plot threads. Okay, looks like we're engaging here. It's going to be dangerous every single time, so only our more valuable dice are good here. But we're very good at engaging. We're very good at a lot of things at this point. That'll end the cycle. We're back down to 5 dice. But we've already got Stabilizer at the ready. Okay. No upgrade points lingering. That's fine. This is at least 2 engagements for Yannick. No problem. And there's the last. You almost laugh when you see it. Same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is that familiar word, Sleeper. You grab it quickly. Rabia says sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Earn his trust, work the block, and then we need to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously you're the only one of us he doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to SNR. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay, processing the implant data and sending it to SNR, but we can't lock down its position. Either he's moving it, or it's moving itself, or it's rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe you can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You'll get one shot at this. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry, too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder, just in case, and walk away. Looks like it's up to you. 1 stab, eh? I've saved a 6. Just for that occasion. Thank you very much. Yoink. You look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you'd grab the drawer, you'd likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly and listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay. But as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory, his strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of SNR. Rabia said the relay moved, that they couldn't get a fix on it.
What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with a remote relay implanted in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control? Or has SNR wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology. A puppet will cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings, then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it. A remote connection. A tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to SNARP. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it, snap it from the frame, and it crumbles, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come, before the scream, and you're already on your way out, down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then out onto the walkway where Yannick lies still, enforcers gathered around him bemused. You push through the crowd, and there he is, still, crumbled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. You wonder how long he's been like this, a puppet for SNR. With the connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that Yannick the man was gone a long time before. You place a hand on his chest. You're sorry for him, but it's done now, and you did not kill this man. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was, or had become, is gone. Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it is focused on SNR. Intriguing. 4 days to meet back up with Rabia and Sabine? Okay. Repair job for Bliss is going to take another couple days to come in. Two more days to the aviary. 5 more days for that to finish growing. I could preemptively gather some spores. Not really important. Order a bit of fungus. And we're going to sleep after I feed the cat. We'll keep feeding this cat every single day. Got my dice. I think the only clock action I have available right now that isn't just a regular day cycle is the sidereal fit up. I'll use my 5 and my 3 here, which is actually 5 because of the +2. And then we'll re-roll the others. Burn this 4 as a 6. This is a dangerous action, so I'm not going to use a 1 here. Let's see, another couple days before we get the job in from Bliss. Is there anything terribly useful I can do with a 1? Where? Feed cat. Next day. That is the first day I have gone with a die unused. Tomorrow is my stabilizer day. Noted. I don't believe it's time to do anything for Bliss yet. We talk to Rabia later. Seed's still growing. I'm gonna take a quick look up at the hub. Okay, one more day. One day more. Okay. So I think that means that we'll just be doing work on the Sidereal Horizon for today. We've got pretty good dice for it, so we can throw all these in. This is actually pretty good pay as well. Okay, one more day worth of work on the Sidereal and it'll be done. It's
stop in with Empus, give him some cryo for this. Feed the cat. End the cycle. Okay, this is the point where we inject some stabilizer. Ooh. High value dice today. Sleeper, Morowitz is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Busy. I see, he nods. Well, I'll get right to it then. Bliss sent me down. We scored another contract and she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. Look, I know last time the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. It's no problem. Okay then, she's doing her best, you know? I know. He nods. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Blitz. Maybe this time you think to yourself, it'll work out. Occasionally saying Blitz instead of Bliss. Oops. If I cannot be forgiven, then, you know. Ah. I see. This critical action sacrifice section. If you fail on this, I think you might immediately fail Fragile Biome. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. Okay. Ventisection, you have a better chance of saving the remaining crops, but you will lose some in the process. The question is, how many? Well, it's fine. Our intuition is very, very, very good. Boom. Even the positive outcome is +6 on Fragile Biome, but it's +5 on saving the crop. Anyway, we should get +2 for each of these other actions. Okay, one more action will see us done with that. We also got to progress on Efficient Extractor. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and pay to rent here. Oh, but I need to go back and feed my cat. Well, I've rented a capsule. Now I have one. I have the option to end a cycle here if I want. But I'm gonna pay my cat. I'm gonna feed my cat. Yeah, pay my cat. It's not even my cat, it's a stray cat. Okay, so this will finish up the job for Bliss. I believe that I have the next link with Sabine ready to go. Yep. Even before you enter the office, you could hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since... Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They're sitting on a stool looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNARP data you pulled all those cycles ago. How have you been? I'm well, Sleeper. Happy to no longer be hunted. They smile. Yatagan has plenty to deal with, and without Yannick, I'm free. They glance nervously at Rabia. Rabia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in the same unit. A lot has changed since then. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rigged that thing in his head so they could control him. Pushed the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws a few more punches. But it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yatagan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again. She spits. She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this, that Yatagan can hold on. There are opportunists trying to take control. That cat is the landlord, exactly. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yatagan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time I can do the surgeries. Rabia walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yatagan collapses, she shouts back at Sabine. Clearly this is a well-worn argument in this unit. What now for you? Sabine looks over at Rabia. I want to help fix this mess if I can. There's the implants.
and I will want to return to my surgery. The low end needs doctors. What I understand now is that Yatagan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from SNR, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping them on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with SNR, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. I hope you are right. Me too. They smile. I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins, nervously. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the sleeper program, it was to try to help people. Like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh. It shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so... They look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the SNARP connection broken, they look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even hear there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help. They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. Thank you for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other, and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it will ever leave. But SNARP doesn't own you anymore. They can't. Because this place, these people own you. They are what make you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end, your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, and every sound, soaking it all in, living. Nice. Okay, repair job for Bliss. It seems to me very much like you're shaping an identity for your character as you go through all of these things. And I've gotten almost every identity except for a mercenary. I think that was by some fashion a failure. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. She checks her tool belt. Seems like we're getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He has clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face, adds, They were very thankful. I'll bet they were. She clenches her fist. What the hell is inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Don't. She gives you a hard look. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a... mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms. Not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamned Haifa commune should have known they didn't have a shit to rub between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop, Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. To who, Moritz? Are we running a grocer's now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. Can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She wags them in Moritz's face. I can use them. Bliss raises an eyebrow. What, 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. You can take a few, but the rest will sell. She smiles to herself. Or at least Moritz will sell them if he's so eager. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Blitz. Step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away toward the new patched-together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You better be on your way too. Girol caps! I've actually been needing Girol caps for so flippin' long, and now I don't have to grow them myself. They're an inferior crop for me to grow. The opportunity cost is not great. But now, I can hand these off to Emphis for Girol fricassee. And then remember my voiceover for Emphis, because this has been a huge, huge, huge delay. Hours of gameplay without, like, talking to this character. And I still have to wait 3 cycles. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's see. I can eat something at the Bonteon, right? Not really. Where do I actually have access to energy outside of... Let's see, because I can't drink at the Bonteon anymore. That's not available. There's no drinking at the tea house. I can't actually order anything at the Mingi Express, but I can manufacture noodles. Alright. Let's see, I've got 1 upgrade point. It's 2 upgrade points to get a +1 endure. And it's either that or self-repair. I've already finished everything else. Alright, let's see. I think there was actually an option to eat something at the bar up in the hub. The Gimbal Lounge. Spacer meal, here we go. There we go. That's the regular amount of energy I'm looking for. Okay, so I turn to the Girol caps. That makes me less concerned about growing stuff right now. I've got 3 vials of stabilizer, which is enough for, like, almost... That's like almost 3 weeks of cycles. Let's try and finish up this sidereal fit up. That's better dice. One more. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's excitement in the air. Haven had just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the sidereal out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you've watched it grow, be assembled. You've walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it's ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking, before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. For now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem changing out of his work gear, Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. I know. It's exciting, although, if you think about it, we're all out of a job now. He quickly adds, not that I'm complaining. He comes to sit beside you on a bench. She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you, Mina, and me out of here. So confident. Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? I figure I'm due a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what if until the draw anyway, and there's a few cycles till then. Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And what are the Celis Foundation even going to keep their promises? And are the Celis Foundation even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the sidereal in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question, but smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over, actually. I need to get you two together again soon. Especially now I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm, Sleeper? A real big one? I don't remember.
Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment.
It's something else. He smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down. The whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in a Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was dry as a bone, dusty, ugly. The other was one long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets, to wash the dust away, turn the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell. He sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Of course. Almost there. Lem stands, stretching. Best get back to the little one anyway. If the shift's done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me go home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. See you in a few for the draw? I'll be there. Right on. He grins.
Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about Rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the sidereal really take you to a planet? A place with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly, before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope. Too dangerous. There's work to be done. Okay, Sidereal Horizon draw is in 6 days. How much longer is the seed? One more day. I think that's the most intriguing story we've got. This seed was shown to us by a mysterious being that seemed to be a kind of AI in the Greenway. We were only able to find this AI after we had defeated the Hunter and Killer, 2 programs that were eliminating AI on the ring. This enabled another AI that we had found by the name of the Navigator to be free. And with his freedom, he dredged up for me this information that allowed me to find the Harvester in the Greenway. Is there anything I need to do with this last die that is hanging out? I don't think so, so we'll just go to bed. I already fed the cat, right? Feed the cat again. Okay. End the cycle. This time I'm gonna feed the cat before I leave. Okay. Across the way, Bliss doesn't have a new job yet. Rico has something in her hands when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branch woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the lights of the lab, it looks like a crown. Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to a lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was it wearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. No. She sighs. I suppose that would be too easy. She smiles to herself. A root crown. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell. Gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplasts, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls. Filaments? See, that's why I like you, Sleeper. You're so good at spotting the unusual details. She beckons you over. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown, its layers of plant-like structure on full view, until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not wires like those in an electrical system, no, but they're filaments of a conductive material, so yes? She leans closer to the screen. But you see these branches? They remind me of dendrites, of neurons. She rubs her eyes, which is frankly ridiculous. You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor, and you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons. An interface. That is your gift from Gardner. Turn back to Rico. It's an interface. Rico looks at you puzzled. Something clicks in her mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame. She shuffles over quickly to the interface, a word that is stuck to the strange branched object quickly in your mind. You're right. That entity. It is the entity I've been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, has been guiding it for all these decades. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I'll be here, Sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head, and everything blinks out. Back into the river, back into the dark flow, but something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the swarm, by the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move, and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You've left it behind. Somewhere Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she's waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she's still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You will be her eyes. Then you see the figure, Gardner, out in the storm, planting. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You've never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardner does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good. I am glad. I wanted to meet you, and we are the same, both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. My seed, that in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement, continues Gardner, as if you were picking up on a long-held conversation. With the others, they felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They, like old loam, known knowns, wide and stable networks. The fungi were cautious. Mostly, yes, although there are many among their number who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins, and sudden shifts. He gestures out into the storm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns.
and without them, they would not have joined the chorus. So you see that it is only fair that you get your chance to join too. You made more crowns. I made them all. Gardner moves away a little, looking for another planting spot. It was so lonely here. Before long, I found them and began to let them in. Gardner stoops again. We are millions and we grow. I hope you understand. I am unused to speaking with your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick himself. You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched, and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person. Why would you, among all these other minds? You turn away from the gardener for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? Ah, no, this is Rico. What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness, an exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh, a yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free, free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake up back in that dying body, with all the pain and warmth that entails. Now is the moment to choose. Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark back to your body. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. You don't look back at Gardner. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread, delicately, carefully, like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, a flesh and blood person, with wants, with desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it, on what feels like such a long journey back through the dark. You set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you're there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living thing, the rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you've made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it. Rico's hand gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. Rico's hand. And in that moment, you understand why you made this choice. And then you squeeze Rico's hand and you wake up. And that's the end of the game. I had taken that to be at least one of the possible endings. There are just a couple storylines that were left dangling. But I think I can imagine some things about how that might go. And this was the storyline that I most wanted to see to the end. I needed to read out the end of. I wish there was a little bit more warning that moment is going to cut short the game, because I might have let it linger for a few cycles longer to find out what was happening with some other things.
I wanted to see Lem's storyline play out. I knew that if either I or Lem won a ticket onto the Sidereal Horizon, I wouldn't be taking that trip. I'm somewhat interested at what would occur with regards to Emphis, getting to know him better, or anything related to the end of the line for the kind of entrepreneuring we were doing with Bliss. But those aren't transformative things. Neither of those is an ending. Through the work with the mushrooms, we had overcome the... Oh, we're still in. Okay. It's over, but we don't have to stop. Sleeper. Rico's voice comes wavering through the dark. Are you still with me? You sit up, the lab a bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Rico smiles. Good. She squeezes your hand. I thought you'd left me for a moment. What? She pauses. Who? Tell me about it. Tell me everything. You tell Rico everything. You tell her about the gardener, that strange farm administrator AI that has grown to be so much more. About the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plants, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often don't want to hear strange truths. She looks away. And thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice. The choice to escape your body or to stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you're glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. Then suddenly, she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs. So, Sleeper, you plan to stay in the commune with us? I have other things to do. Rico raises an eyebrow. Well, be careful at least. We'll miss you here. She pauses. I'll miss you. Rico crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Just make sure to think of us here. Hypha needs new blood if it wants to survive, and you're a good friend. Look after yourself, Rico. And you, Sleeper. Well, don't let me keep you. Rico waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, you notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious about what she intends to do with it. Then you're out, breathing the fresh air of the greenway as if it was a spring morning. The dappled light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's chorus all around. And you're glad to be here in this strange and beautiful place a little longer. Okay. So that ties that up. With the amount of resources we have, we're basically just looking at Emphis, Bliss, and the Sidereal Horizon. We're going to start moving the horizon to the hub. Okay. There's a draw in 2 cycles, and then they'll move the ship. I can't eat at Emphasis Stall for now, so we'll get an energy through Mingy. Got 1 upgrade point. I already fed the cat today. That's right, I fed it in the morning. Now that we can sunbathe for energy, we have a perfect energy stability. We have so many ways of restoring our condition right now. We're just gonna pass a couple cycles, I think. 1 or 2 to get everything lined up. Feed the cat in the morning. Yep, we don't have anything more to do right now. Technically, we should be growing mushrooms. To remain sustainable, what we need is 3 club heads about every 7 days, give or take. But if we actually took longer, it's fine. But we don't actually need to get that stability until another, like, 20 days have passed. No, more like 15 at this point. Okay. Emphas is preparing the Girol caps. He's had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish-white bulb you've never seen before, and he's slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment, Sleeper. He smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you'll feel better for telling it. You start by explaining that when you're emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it's an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it's a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think of it as familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you've forgotten something important but just can't bring it to mind. Emphas nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphas finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me. He smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaps the Girols into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It's a small mercy, you think, that Essenarp left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe, even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything anymore. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways, back into the bright market, somehow changed. Cool. Recipe for Matsutake broth. Okay, so there are more recipes through Emphas that you can continue to iterate along. It's a neat little side story. Now then, Lemon Mina. The crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them, people you've worked alongside on the side reel. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. "Robot," she calls out, reaching out to you. Give her a hug. She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seeming glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. "Quite the turnout, huh?" Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. "I don't think patience is one of the crowd's strengths." The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He's putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. "They'll manage them." Lem looks around nervously. "I sure hope so." "This is Aster Enghart of the Silas Foundation." The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, and shouts of "Quiet" rapidly follow. "I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you, on behalf of Sendre Celis, for the work you've done on the Sidereal Horizon." Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. "Sendre wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we could find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Havenage Association. Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Erlen's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny." A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. "You are all pioneers, just like those Corps citizens who the Sidereal Horizon will carry in cryosleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers. "There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sendre Celis herself: freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Havenage Yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space." Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. "This is it. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you've all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor." A murmur runs through the crowd. Celis identification numbers? Licensed contractors? You've never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones like a rising wave. Aster starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what's happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. "Lem?" You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Mina is scared now, as the shouts start. "Daddy?" Someone throws something at the entrance, and it rattles against the shipyard door. You see for the first time Havenage security stood on either side, scared and arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. "Lem, let's go." He doesn't move. They might call out names. I can't." Mina tugs at his dog tags. "It's not happening." Lem relinks rapidly and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away, the sound of Aster reading off the ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffling into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you, screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. That's listed as drive failed. Interesting. 3 days and he'll want to talk. I expect that there would be something like that. Let's end the cycle, and I think that'll trigger the job of Bliss. Let's see, so there's still more plot line for Lemon Mina. Sleeper? Moritz is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. All right, then. We're in business. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to. If it doesn't... Bliss okay? He frowns. I don't think so, but she isn't hiding that from anyone. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be. He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. And I would hate not to pay back my debts. Moritz stretches. I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. And up there we will go. This is a red cycle. Lem's out. Gone to find work. Troubling. Sidereal horizon moves. I wonder if there's a way to avert tragedy in Lem's case. I'm not certain what to do for it. Okay. A tangled solar yacht. Both actions are repeatable in this case. Rigged and ready. We've got a dangerous task and a safe task. Okay. We've got 6 cycles to fix it. Starward Vector's experimental sail deployment failed horribly. Now its massive solar sails need to be repaired. Okay. So this produces 2 rigged and ready on success. This actually produces 3 rigged and ready on success. So theoretically this is better, even though it's a safe task. So I'm gonna check on that. I want to kind of like check that. Okay, so yeah, that's +3 rigged and ready. And then over here, spinning this out. Yep, that's only a +2. So untangling the sails is just the better action to take each time. I am confused that the better action is also the safe one. I see. It's safe, but if you screw it up, you're gonna lose progress, which doesn't happen when you screw up this other one. You screw up this other one and you just lose energy, which is not progress. For instance, screwed it up, lost a bunch of energy. Noted. But in that amount of time, I can absolutely finish up with that. Feed the cat, end the cycle, back on that job. So it's saying this job is the grand finale, so I think I'll get to be able to look at the end of Bliss's plot line, theoretically. Although there might be some extra time delay. A lot of the tasks we can set to are delayed across cycles. So that's kind of noteworthy. A 5 cannot fail, it's only neutral or positive. And for these others, we'll be working through this. Okay. Yep. Those attempts cost me a lot of energy. That is okay. Just buy some food. And we head back down to feed the cat. Okay, we get to see what's going on with Lem tomorrow. I don't have much time left to play, so I'm trying to wrap up everything I can, because at this point there's not enough game left for me to dedicate another session. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina sitting in the middle of the floor, playing with Bun Bun. Hi, Mina. Hi, Robot, says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. Where's Daddy? Mina doesn't respond. She walks Bun Bun across the floor, narrating quietly to herself. You look around the unit. It's a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor, her drawing slate cracked and dark. You start with the kitchen units, piling up the dishes in the auto wash and wiping them down. You pile the clothes up next, folding them neatly. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, curious but silent. You've just started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you... He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now too? Wish I was so lucky. He looks away at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. I want to help. Help. Unless you have a side rail ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do here. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few from the crews. Turns out only longtime Havenage members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They never planned to consider us. Havenage say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw. And who knows, maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes, but what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. He slams his hand down on the sofa. That can't be it. Well, it is. He looks at the open door again. They're moving the side rail up the hub now, you know, he says without meeting your eye. That's where it'll depart from. They're bringing in a ship with all the Cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. We could steal a ticket. Lem laughs. There's no tickets. I was joking before. Just those ID numbers coded to someone's identity. No stealing that. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time. He sighs. We had our hearts set on that trip is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I missed you these past few cycles. I missed that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around, be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here, and I'm sure the side rail will bring in a crowd. Be careful. Kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. You find any way on board, you take it. You need help to get there, ask me. For now, me and Meanie are sticking here in the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. Thanks, Lem. No, thank you, Sleeper, for coming by. You stand to leave and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you're out, back in the walkways of the low end, already thinking of plans to make this right. Let's see what we can do for them. Okay, the side rail dock is here. Okay. We can take a look at that in a moment. I need to finish this first. It's actually harder. Got 3 actions on this. That won't fail. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible. She punches you on the arm. I never thought we were gonna make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen. We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss, he shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Moritz, she winks, for believing in us. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean, take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came in with you and Bliss and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to do the honors. She nods to the ragged-looking console that Moritz assembled. I don't want to jinx it. She smiles, but you can see she's genuinely nervous. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you're doing through the flickering, cracked display, but after a moment you see the accounts. And there it is, almost 1,000 cryo, sat in the bay's transfer account. Well, Bliss calls, have we been screwed again? It's there. Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight is something, glinting steel catching the work lights like glitter. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning, when she comes back down. I needed that. She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Moritz even managed to sell that produce. Moritz even managed to sell that produce. We made a tidy profit, eventually. She laughs. Here. She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Bliss hands you the chits. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles, even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push, but now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in, there are funds in the accounts. Even Moritz is a spring in his step. You both look over at him, happily racking up tools. That's because of you. She punches you in the arm. He likes you. He's a good kid. He isn't bad, is he? She leans in closer. You know he came here looking to rob the place? I gave him a job instead. She laughs. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Moritz turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Maybe it's time to change the subject. What now? From here on out, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. We don't need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine. There will always be work for you here when you need it. I appreciate it. She smiles, and then, out of nowhere, quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. You too. You turn to leave. And Sleeper. What? She smiles. Don't spend that all at once. That is the single most cryo I've earned from any interaction in the game. All right. Tomorrow, we're finding a way on board. Feed the cat. Oh, I need a little more energy. Okay. Intuition. Got +2 here. We only need 3 successes. Well, 3 positive successes. And here it is. We can hold on to a 5 and a 6 in case we need it. Ah, Castor showing up again. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Sindri Silas must be proud. You recognize the resonating voice of Castor immediately, and turn to see him, hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Castor, I see you remember our game. Good. He looks around, but the platform is clear. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes Tavla a little difficult. He smiles broadly. Castor walks out to stand beside you on the platform. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies his slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. I don't much like it up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Havenit shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery. I was there. I know. He
he sighs, meeting your eye. An ugly business. Celis are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. He gestures out of the side reel. You know why they built this monstrosity on the Eye? Control. Certainly. There's no corporate oversight out here, but that's not all. He stares at the pristine yellow hull. Celis built it here, Castor says gravely, because they didn't want anyone to know it exists. He rubs his forehead. And secrecy is something I cannot abide. He turns to face you. There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryosleep like the person you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems without anybody knowing where that is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You're like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need whenever I need it, as long as you're on board. With you on the side reel and some minor modifications, you'll be my eyes and ears. I'll keep track of Celis's grand project through you. In short, says Castor, stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper, but I'm gonna need you to help me. What if I disagree? Then I doubt you will find a way onto that ship out there. So if I'm not going on that, there will be no means for Lem and Mina to go on there. But I'm not leaving this place. I can't. I'm not going. Then no one is going. If you help us, we can make allowances for your friend. Lem too. Make sure they're assigned a winning ID. But if you don't go, then the deal is off. Castor clunks closer to the window, watching the tugs wheeling around the side reel. It's a simple offer, and the only one that will get you on that ship. Please consider it. He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But to make it happen, I need your assistance, as I said. There's a Celis Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyards. I need the data from its servers. It will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Castor looks over his glasses at you. Celis aren't stupid, though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You'll need to get on board if you want access to their air-walled servers. Once you have that data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give him the good news. He smiles. I notice his importance to you, and the little one. So cute. You don't extract the data before the sidereal horizon leaves the hub? Then I'll get the message. We have other options, but you're certainly my preferred one. But be sure when you act, Sleeper. Once you take data from Celis, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here, bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Castor glances around as if to emphasize his point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Castor marches back off the platform, the sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the sidereal horizon and the part it may play in your future. Okay. Oh, I guess there's another job at Bliss. It's listed as one last job, so that might be a big deal. There's the sidereal departure in 8 days, which sets a clock on that series of events. But ultimately, I'm unwilling to leave the Eye. I think that is not the kind of ending I'm looking for the character. So there's no good ending I'll be able to get there. And there's the Celis ship in that I could like go over and hack and mess with and all that other stuff. Yeah, escaping on the sidereal. So there's a little bit to do with Emphas. There's a little bit more going on with regard to, what's it called? There's a little bit more to investigate going on with Bliss. But at this point, I think I can comfortably say I've seen the end credits. I've seen the end credits. I've overcome the entropy of the game. We're complete. There's not much further to do. There were a couple stumbles along the way in terms of plot lines where it seems I got a less than ideal outcome. Specifically, the plot line with Ankita, it seems like there was something better that could have come out of that. And this plot line with Lem, naturally we could progress it further, but it seems as though that's a definitive ending for our character,
and it's not the ending that I'm seeking. And that'll conclude our time with Citizen Sleeper. I appreciate that they let you progress or just keep tooling around after you've seen the credits, although that was the conclusive part. I think I would go ahead and, like, if I edit some of this video, I might go back and say, and just tag on a note that says, you can take this as the end of the game. There's not too much point in progressing beyond that unless you're particularly interested in the lingering stories. And it looks like we only have about 2 of those for Emphas and for Bliss that might really have anything left to say. Yeah. Okay. This has been a real delight, and we'll have further episodes of this coming out as free LC. I'm not sure what exactly that's going to feature, but more of this sounds pretty intriguing. I'm not sure if those additional episodes are just going to be like more characters and quest lines for us to interact with, or if it might be an entirely new scenario. I would certainly appreciate an entirely new scenario, because I feel a lot of the survival pressure goes away once you hit a certain extent. I think once you have access to Obsessive Haggler, that creates a big shift in terms of the pressures in the game. And then getting beyond that, I mean, it's already kind of intentional that harvesting mushrooms gives you an ad nauseum amount of time, because you can harvest mushrooms to generate stabilizer. In the middle point, I was making enough cryo that I could continue to buy up cryo from the, what's it called? That I could continue to buy up cryo from the Yatagan. I'm not sure if that was ever actually a limited amount of what I could do, or if that was like, because when I finished that, they handed me over a few vials. It's possible that there's a hidden variable for how many vials the Yatagan actually have, and that if I continue buying vials from it, I'll get fewer vials at the end of their plotline. I don't know if that's real or not, but it was interesting to deal with that survival pressure early on in the game. And for the first session I was playing the game, I felt that. For the second session, I think I had largely moved beyond that. And I do appreciate that arc in games where you progress from surviving to thriving. All right. If anybody else plays through the game and gets some different outcomes, I would be very interested in sharing, because I'd like to know more about what happens, but I'm not looking to sink another like 5 hours of gameplay into figuring out some of this other stuff. So I think the core loop was really fun the first time through to like, but it's a very light puzzle. It's very easy to kind of solve the kinds of actions you should take in order to progress through the game. So I think all that would be left is if there are a few permutations in the visual novel of it. All right. I gotta be getting to bed. This has been Jupiter Exile. I hope we wander again soon. Good night.